Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We have a 2-minute warning, please. Give people a 2-minute warning and then they sort of start wrapping things up. Scott.
We texted.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that true?
Fake news.
Fake news.
Scott, what?
Dr. Feldman.
Feldman, Dr. Feldman.
Yeah. I thought you.
No. Oh, no kidding. No kidding. Hey, good job, dude.
Yeah.
And the thing there. Black and red. Oh, that's not that. So maybe black.
Yeah.
There is one. There's this, but I'm not sure there's more.
If anybody else first.
Got a pen? Just for you.
Morning, everybody. It's 9 o'clock. I believe we have a guest in the audience today who can't wait to lead us in the salute. Dr. Feldman. To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Doctor. All right, moving on to item number 1, roll call. Nancy, could you conduct the roll call, please?
Director Levine,
Here.
Director Burns,
Here.
Director Poland,
Here.
Director Lewitt,
Here.
President Kordesky.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you, Jessica. Moving on to item number 2, approval of the agenda. Ask Dave, do we have any changes to the agenda?
No proposed changes. Thank you.
All right. Can we get a motion and a second to approve the agenda from the Board of Directors, please?
I'll make the motion.
Second.
All right. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say no. Are there any abstentions? Seeing and hearing none, moving on to item number 3, public comments. Members of the public may now address the Board of Directors on matters not appearing on the agenda, but within the jurisdiction of the board, no action shall be taken on any matter not appearing on the agenda. Jessica, are there any public comment cards?
There are no public comments.
Thank you so much. But it does look like we have some new employees, so excited to see this. Darryl, you want to start off?
Good morning, board. I'd like to introduce Daniel Coronado. He's in the back, stand up there. Daniel joined the LVMWD team on June 29th as a water reclamation plant operator 2 at Tapia. Daniel is a grade 3 certified wastewater treatment operator with over 8 years of experience as a wastewater operator with the city of Oxnard. As a senior level operator, Daniel brings transferable knowledge and operational experience to the district. Daniel will spend the next year learning the Tapia water reclamation facility. Daniel is married, has 2 kids. He's a Dodgers fan and recently just took up golf as a hobby. Please welcome Daniel.
Hey. Jeff, this is a Dodgers zone only. All right, moving on. I think Eric has someone as well.
Yeah, so good morning, Board of Directors. I wanted to introduce Elder Aguilar. Elder joined us on July 13th as an E&I Technician 1. Elder is a U.S. Army veteran, has over 15 years of experience in electrical and instrumentation. He most recently worked in the carbon black industry and relocated here from Baton Rouge. Elder, a Long Beach native, enjoys fishing and golfing during his free time. He's very excited to be back in California and excited to join the E&I team here at Las Virgenes. And I will share, I myself had to look up what carbon black was. And per Wikipedia, carbon black's used as a colorant and reinforcing filler in tires and other rubber products. So welcome, Elder.
Fantastic. Happy to see you aboard, Elder. And I believe Adrian Burns also has a new employee.
Yes, I would just like to take a moment to recognize the promotion of Angela Lima to Senior Customer Service Representative. Angela joined the district in 2021 following a successful career at AT&T, where she served in leadership roles focused on performance and customer service. In the nearly 5 years since joining the district, she's consistently demonstrated professionalism, sound judgment, and a genuine commitment to serving our customers. As we all know, the customer service team often provides the first impression customers have of our agency, and Angela has played an important role in modeling and maintaining the higher standard of service our community has come to expect from Las Virgenes. Her dedication and customer-first approach make her an invaluable member of the customer service team, and we're all excited to see her step into this new leadership role. So please join me in congratulating Angela on her well-deserved promotion.
Congratulations, Angela. All right, moving on to item number 4, the consent calendar. Does anybody on the board wish to pull an item from the consent calendar? Hearing and seeing none, can we get a motion and a second from the board to approve the consent calendar?
From the consent calendar.
We can absolutely do that. Would you like to make a motion?
Make a motion to review items, approve items 4A through F. Need a second.
Perfect.
Second.
All right.
We need to
Let's
vote.
go ahead and vote on the motion and then listen to the conversation. Let's see. So all those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say no. Are there any abstentions? Seeing and hearing none. All right. Len?
On item 4, I was curious, is there any resale value to the forklift? Or is it at the end of its life cycle?
I think that this unit, we will look at seeing if there is replacement value in it. But however, I believe this unit's almost 40 years old.
Ah, I did,
So there's very little value. remaining.
okay. Thank you. I move to approve item 4G as published.
Fantastic. All those in favor, please say
I
aye.
need a second first.
Oh, you're right.
I'll make
Jay
a second.
seconded. Okay.
Very good. Thank you. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed, please say no.
Just one moment. Is there a possibility of donating it to some sort of food service or one of the homeless areas that need something like this and might be able to work with it?
We could inquire, however, at this time, typically we would, it would go to salvage, an auction.
All right. Thank you.
All right, where were we? Why don't we start all over again? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say no. Are there any abstentions? Hearing and seeing none. Moving on, item number 5. Illustrative and/or verbal presentation agenda items. Item 5A, the MWD representative report. Would Director Lewitt please provide that report?
Yeah. Computer issues, right? Back.
Do you want a minute? We can,
Yeah, no, here it is. I can.
Okay.
Okay, so the meeting, I went to the MWD meeting on July 13th, the committee day. And then, in engineering operations technology, item 8.1, we awarded 16,000 to Wood Brothers, Inc. to construct a wetland and web track and authorized several other agreements totaling about $5 million for support services, and about 13 million of these costs will be reimbursed with grant funds. It was one of the more controversial discussions that I've been involved with at Metropolitan. Chair Ortega set up an ad hoc committee to study the islands, and Metropolitan owns 4 islands, and we keep putting, we own these islands, and we're trying to get credits for carbon sequestration on the islands. And also, I think Metropolitan made the decision originally to do it to appease the Delta folks and try to do some conservation work up there. And there's a lot of board members who feel that it's just, we shouldn't be in the island business. We shouldn't be owning land. We need, this is not really good money well spent. And when when the state government gives you $13 million in a grant, you don't want to waste it. So you want to kind of take advantage of it, but you chase the grant and spend extra money. So it's going to cost Metropolitan $7 million. And I was one of the ones who was opposed, the only one in the committee that was opposed, and then in the board also opposed, because I think it needs a serious look by the Metropolitan Board to study it. And I think we had a process set up with the ad hoc committee that wasn't allowed to take its time and make decisions. So the board voted to go ahead and spend the $7 million on islands, which I think is a mistake, but I'm probably wrong most of the time. And then item A2 was another kind of interesting item where we, in my own committee of legislation and communications committee, we adopted a resolution supporting Aqua's vision for the Water Future Initiative. And this is something that was kind of led by our own general manager, Dave Peterson, at the state level at Aqua, because we went through the whole Delta conveyance project last year. And Aqua wouldn't take a stand on it. And we'd go to our legislators and they say, your own association isn't even taking a stand. Why should we support it? So we kind of realized that Aqua really isn't really a leader. And Dave kind of pushed him to be a leader and take a stand, and we're going to see how that goes. And so Metropolitan has, there's 4 different task force at Aqua to studying what our plan is on state water, and Metropolitan's got employees on every single task force trying to have input. If you're not at the table, how does it go? If you're not at the table, you're on the menu. So we are going to hopefully be involved, and hopefully Aqua comes up with the resolutions that Metropolitan can support in the final analysis. So we're also trying to make a play for. We think Becerra will be the next governor. Is trying to get a meeting with him now to discuss water policy with him before he gets elected. And then the other item that was interesting was we talked about facilities naming. It's kind of controversial that in light of what happened to Cesar Chavez, his getting canceled out, we want to make sure there's a process at Metropolitan that we only name, we do a real vetting process before we name facilities. So we're going to change the code to fix that. And then item 8.3 was we expressed support for AB 1894 Rubio's bill from West Covina, the Fish and Wildlife, about invasive mussels. Imported water would prevent local agencies, for example, LA County, from prohibiting import water from being used for groundwater recharge as long as processes are in place to mitigate the spread of invasive species. So look out for that one. Rubio's, I'm sure Jeremy will discuss that in the upcoming weeks and months. And then what else is interesting for you guys? I think that's really the highlights. Joe, if you want to jump in and give your take. By the way, Joe's been the one staffing me and really helping me, and it's been a great help. And I like the fact, I've said this before, that not only is Joe able to help me, but he's also able to bring back all this information to all of us at LV, which I think is a benefit, and it's helped us on so many different levels. But Joe?
Yeah, I think it's worth mentioning that there was an item in the One Water and Adaptation Committee that was in the afternoon, and basically it was to authorize the sale of about 200,000 acre feet of really surplus water, and that's available on the Colorado River system. So Met's selling that to the federal government for $325 an acre foot, and it basically helps balance the books some more with $65 million for that sale. Ideally, the federal government would leave it in Meade so that Meade could still be used to generate power, and then also so that Metropolitan can take advantage of the storage credits that it has already. But it may not go that way. The feds might use the water for other purposes. But this has to do mostly with, even though the Colorado River is, as you know, has not been doing too well hydrologically, the State Water Project has been. So Met's reservoirs in the region are all topped off. Everything is, we're looking really good. And so, there's this water in the Colorado River right now that's kind of like they have the ability to sell this extra water and make $65 million off of it. The only other thing I'll mention is in the FAME committee, this is the Finance Committee meeting that's on Thursday mornings. they didn't have any real major action items, but they did talk about their post-employment health benefits. And it was interesting because their funding level is about 67% funded. It's actually down from the previous biennial, which was about 75% funded. So you recall Don Patterson, Brian Ritchie, or Debbie Rosales provided a presentation, I think, last meeting, and talked about our post-retirement health benefits. And what was the level of funding on that?
That will be fully funded by the end of this.
So my takeaway is that we're doing really well when we compare ourselves to Metropolitan. So I thought that was interesting.
Yeah, Joe always reminds me how well Las Virgenes is doing compared to Metropolitan, which is great. Just one other announcement that the general manager, Savaji, announced that he's hiring Michael Hurley is joining the office of the general manager as executive advisor for strategic initiatives and policy effective today. He'll be a direct report and providing strategic counsel with executive leadership on complex water issues and governance. His work will focus on cultivating collaborative relationships across our service area, navigating member agency dynamics, and driving regional policy alignment. And so this post kind of replaces they had the previous general manager, two previous ago, Adele Hashkalil, went ahead and hired a chief of staff, I think to the tune of $400,000 a year, and didn't get board approval. So this one got board approval, and I happen to know Michael. He's a real good guy, and so I think he'll be a big asset to Metropolitan. So, he's gonna be working with the member agencies with Joe. Any questions on the Metropolitan Water District of Southern California, Director Poland?
Is there any timeline for a decision from Met to state their position on the DCP?
Well, not really. That there's going to be timelines coming up, but there's not a specific timeline. I think right now a lot of our focus is on subsidence of the levies. That's kind of a huge focus. The DCP, we'll have to see. I think a lot of it also depends on the new governor's response. But I think the DCP is not doing well. I heard that AWA. I don't know if those are at the AWA last meeting.
I was at the DCAWA meeting.
Yeah, and they were talking about. I mean, it's still going, but I'm not sure. Metropolitan doesn't necessarily want to spend a lot of money and on a losing effort. So it's still the short answer is no. There's no timeline, and still working on our strategy on that one.
Thank you.
I have a question for Joe, I think. With the extra water in the Colorado River, we're assuming that Arizona or someone's going to buy that water, or what's the?
Who knows, but I don't think that's the intention, but it's being sold to the federal government, and the hope is that it stays in storage and Meade to keep the levels
Oh, I see.
higher.
Okay.
But and Dave, I don't know if you want to add.
Yeah, I think the concept, it's called system water. So the federal government buys that water and contributes it to the system. So it helps overall balance the system. So the concept would be, it's kind of like taking water out of, allocation.
Yeah.
To benefit and prop up the system as a whole.
Okay, that makes a lot more sense than selling it down the river. All right, that was item 5A. Item 5B, external affairs, customer service, is Ursula with us today? Yes. Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
great. Share my screen. So today I'm going to present to you the customer service update, let you know a little bit of what our team's been up to and what's coming in the future, some items. So one of the things that we're very excited about is the customer outreach activities, which is Spot the Drop. This is a campaign that Adrian created with Public Affairs, and they have been rolling it out at public events, getting people ready for it. And now we're going to, in the next month, move into the next phase, which is where customer service gets to be involved. I brought a little bit of swag to show you guys. So this is our little Spot the Drop plushie, and we're going to roll this out. He's going to ride in our truck. So we're going to have trucks, they're going to be marked with the little magnets on it. And we're going to work with public affairs to have customers spot the drop out in public, get to talk to our customer service reps. They can get some swag, which would be maybe a towel, a water bottle, a t-shirt, things like that, but just really get them involved in the community, getting familiar with our staff, what we do, ask questions in the field, things like that. So this is a really exciting opportunity because this is something that customer service has not ever been involved in before, and we really get to be hands-on and be out there and meet the people that we serve. Another thing we're doing is our customer report cards, which we've mailed out a few times. That will be going out before the end of this month as well. And this is probably our third round of report cards for customers to let them know how they're doing on their conservation efforts. It is going to highlight some of Craig's programs for water conservation. It's going to highlight the Spot the Drop. Depending on where you are in your budget, that is the program that will be tailored and highlighted to whether you're in budget, you're in the excessive or extraordinary tiers. Okay, so the next thing is a new thing we have called Imagine H2O Tech Adopter. Recently, I was approached by Imagine H2O, which is a nonprofit startup in San Francisco. And what they do is they help new water technologies. They really help them to develop, to make connections and roll out their product. Some of the past participants and winners of this grant and of this program that you are well aware of is Ocean Well and WaterSmart, which is our customer software portal. So I was asked to be a judge for this year's entries, which was very exciting. I got to see kind of a glimpse into what people are working on and bringing to the table. They did come back to us after that, and they've asked us to be a tech adopter. And so Dave Peterson, Joe, Don, and I had a meeting with them, and we're doing that. And so what that is we get first access to companies that are rolling out new technologies such as Ocean Well or WaterSmart, and we have the option to pilot some of their programs at little to no cost to the district. We could qualify for grants from Imagine H2O. There is no cost to be a tech adopter. It is free to join. And some of the other notable agencies that are first tech adopters are Metropolitan Water District, East Bay Mud, Marine Municipal Water District. And so I think we're in pretty good company being in the tech adopter program. So you'll see information coming in the coming months and years on pilot programs that we may be interested in trying out here at the district. Another thing we're doing is billing software upgrade. So anticipated implementation is August. This is not a new software. We are just raising it up. We're at, I think we're at level 42 right now. I may be wrong on the number, but we're going up to version 68. And so that's quite a jump. And some of the things that you will see on the bills are payment arrangements. Right now, when customers call in and they make a payment arrangement, that doesn't show on their bill. Just the entire past amount shows on the bill, and they're very concerned. They call us because they're like, hey, you gave me a payment arrangement. I don't see this listed on the bill. So we think it will be very helpful that we can show customers what they owe, but what's actually arranged to pay at a later date. We hopefully will be able to enhance the bill with colors. We're going to add a QR code for payment, some things like that to make it more easily readable and accessible for customers to get to their account.
Hey, Ursula, how many people are on the arrangements?
Usually we have about 20 a month, I would say, call in and get new arrangements. They can have an arrangement up to 12 months, and they do sign a letter stating that they understand the terms of the arrangement. Some people only need it for a month or two. Some people take the 12 months. So during drought or specific times of the year, that can jump. It kind of goes, but normally it's about 20. So another thing I wanted to highlight was customer metrics at a glance. As you know, we do billing and we serve as the front counter when customers come in. But another thing we do is I wanted to show you we highlight, we do over 10,000 calls since this is from January to June. We've answered over 10,000 calls, over 5,000 emails, which those are not just, hi, how are you doing emails? Customers fill out an application online, it goes to our email. So that could be processing new accounts, setting up service. We have done over 2,600 service orders. That could be disconnections, turn-ons, check for leak, things like that. We have done over 9,000 leak notifications. We have done 929 second excessive use notifications for customers that are in danger of getting a flow restrictor. And we have done 305 final notices for customers that continue to use excessively. And then we've ended up doing 25 either flow restrictors or disconnections for customers that are severely over their budget. So we're quite busy up in customer service.
I can see that. Can I ask,
Yes.
9,000 leak notifications, is that,
Yeah.
does the system sort of automatically?
It does. That's through WaterSmart.
Okay,
And it'll ping customers, let them know they have continuous usage or it's above their threshold
yeah.
of what they should be using.
Do we have any follow-up on that to see how many of those leaks, possible leaks go away? Like people fix what's going on?
We do target specifically the top 20 highest, and staff go out, they work with customers to get those fixed. But I don't have the numbers for the rest of them right now. We just don't have the staff to drill down into that level.
All right, top 20 sounds good. Percent.
One glitch in that system is I'm an extreme good user and I get noticed when I exceed my good use ratio constantly.
Yes,
I'm having a lot of family in, so I'm going to exceed it.
yes. There's always a little
So
margin.
the
for error.
leak, but the leak notices, that puzzles, so has it been, is it effective? How do you?
It is very effective, and we have a lot of people that will respond because they have the option to email us back when they get a leak notification, and they will respond to us and tell us what it was. Oh, it was a running toilet that was stuck in a guest room I didn't know about, or I was out of the country. Thank you for letting me know. It can detect pool autofills. So we've had great success, and I would say, yes, there are the outliers like you that they do get noticed, but overall, it is very good at detecting leaks and things that happen, and customers are really grateful for it. So
Great.
they don't have to wait for their bill any longer to get a high bill to say, oh, I had a leak. They can find it almost immediately.
So you're part of the outreach group.
We're-
So you're not related to Pure Water though, is that correct?
What do you mean?
Well,
Sorry.
I finally got 2 of the postcards saying, here's what's going on.
Mhm.
Because I've asked a lot of people in the community, very few, of course, the politically aware are aware, but very few are aware. So I loved it.
Okay, well, so Adrian is in charge of all the outreach, but we do work with her to help develop, like my job is to bring to her customer issues, things I hear. So when she sends her messages out and tailors what we're going to give to customers, she knows what the customers are saying to us, what the feedback is we're giving. So we work together to make sure that those messages are the best possible version that we can send out.
Great. Thank you.
You're welcome. So the biggest announcement is the coming soon. LVMWD will be transitioning to what's called a hybrid submitter billing system with Invoice Cloud. And what this means is customers will start being responsible for paying fees when they pay online with their credit card. Based on current activity, this change is going to result in a savings of around $230,000 a year for Las Virgenes Municipal Water District. Customers will still have the option to pay cash, ACH, or check free of charge. The only one that we're not going to be paying the fee for is the credit cards. And this is actually the hybrid model is the most popular model in California with billers such as ourselves that are no longer absorbing the fee for credit cards because it is such a popular payment and the cost is rising so much on that. So that is something to look for in the coming months. We'll do a lot of outreach. We'll work with Adrian's team on that to make sure customers are aware of the change and that they do still have plenty of options to pay without having to pay a fee. And that does conclude my report.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I'd be interested. I don't want, I'd be interested in seeing how this credit card fee issue works out. It's tough to, as you know,
Yes.
to break through the bubble that most of us live in to understand what's going on with our credit cards and that. But thank you. Thank you for doing that. Any other comments or questions? Yes.
Yeah, I have 2 comments. One is, well, I'll do the credit card first because we just talked about that. What's our plan to roll it out? I mean, I know like credit cards no one used to charge. Now everyone seems like everyone's charging. So I don't think it's a shock to charge, but how are we going to do it like logistically?
That is something I'll have to meet with Adrian and her team and we can come back to you and let you know what we do for a plan to roll it out, but we haven't discussed that yet. This is just in the beginning stages.
And when do you propose this to go live?
Probably about within 6 months.
Okay. Yeah, I think we just need to start like a drip, like
Yes.
even on the bills, credit card charges. Well, as soon as we know the date or the rough date, credit card, we'll be charging. And then I think the percentage is great. I mean, giving them the percentage. So they have warning, they have notice about it. And then when it finally hits, that you don't get the phone call saying, we didn't know about it and da-da-da. And I think we have to also have a policy that if someone says that they got charged and they didn't know about it, they still have to pay. Because I don't think it's gonna be fair to start charging some and not others. I think we have to have a plan for everybody. So yeah, $231,000 is a lot of money. And maybe we can even communicate that to our ratepayers because we're all, in this together. And maybe our ratepayers, wow, I don't want to pay $10 a month in credit card fees, but saving my water district 231,000 may not be so terrible. And then the other question I have on the promos, I missed how you are gonna give them out. Like how will you plan to give out the promos and who do you give them to and how do you give them and where do you give them?
So if you want to talk a little bit
yep,
about this?
I can answer that. So we do have the buckets that Ursula showed. Those are going to be rolled out at events that we participate in. So, we do the concerts in the park, we do, the Pumpkin Festival, all of these places. And those will be a part of getting folks to sign up for things like Water Smart, our email newsletter. So when you sign up for those things, you are sort of entered, you have the opportunity to win one of the prize buckets, but also the Spot the Drop truck that has the magnet on it. So when that truck is out and they're meeting customers, talking to them, that truck will also have a box of giveaway items. So when they're talking to folks, they get the opportunity to pick an item, and that will come with sort of like a little info card that talks about some of our customer service, water conservation programs. So it'll be sort of an educational community outreach plus that sort of incentive to engage. And then there's the opportunity, obviously, we've got the plush for any kids that come around and want to take a picture with them. But it's multifaceted. So there'll be multiple places and sort of different scales of giveaways associated with the Spot the Drop campaign. And I will say this has been sort of all of external affairs involved. The fun part is that customer service gets to be sort of the face of it as opposed to public affairs. But we've had a lot of input from resource conservation and legislative affairs on how we could implement this in different spaces and places for different audiences. And
How much money have you budgeted towards swag?
At this point, we are actually working through what the box of swag is going to be. It's going to be minimal. It won't be that much, but we have done an inventory of what we have. So we're working through sort of what those packages are going to be and where the gaps are, but it will certainly be, under $5,000 for sure.
For all the swag all in?
Mm-hmm.
Any other comments or questions? Thank you, Ursula. Moving on, item number 6, Treasurer with Director Levine, please provide the Treasurer's report.
Okay, the moment you've all been waiting for. We had about 3.1 million of disbursements during the month, all fairly normal. I did see one item I had no idea about. I probably should know this. You guys probably know it. But I have a phone a friend number in my phone for situations like this, and learned that 5% of our Walsh expenditures for the Pure Water Project goes into an escrow account. Did you know that?
I did not know that.
Good. And it will be released to them upon completion. So that was about $1.1 million
Of the 3.1?
of the 3.1.
Wow.
Yeah, so we had about 22 million so far. 5% is about 1.1 million, and that goes into an escrow. And so there'll be more payments coming, is the point.
Is an escrow account interest bearing?
I don't know who gets the interest. And it's the arrangement between who opens it up. It's a negotiated thing. So in this case, I have no idea.
It is, oh, go ahead, Brian. I was just going to mention on many capital projects, especially the larger ones, it usually is offered and requested by the contractor. That money is held and the interest is owed then to the contractor.
There you go. So
Fair enough. It's not, it's a common practice in the major construction projects.
A fun fact too, it used to be 10% and the
Yeah.
contractors lobbied hard, I want to say probably 15 years ago, and got it lowered to, so the max by law is 5% escrow.
And then the question is how, once the project's completed, when do they get the money? Like, is there a time period for review and operation or?
It's actually a board action. So it's final acceptance of the project. And
Mhm.
so we actually will always bring an item to the board for final acceptance of the project. And that recommendation includes releasing the retention.
Yeah, about 22
The
months.
retention is really important because it ensures the contractor
Mhm.
finishes the job, including all of the final little things. I'm sure, doing work, even personal work that construction related, it's always challenging at the end to get everything
Mhm.
done. And that retention really works effectively to keep their attention to the end.
Yeah,
And then I don't get it till I sign the release.
okay. So that concludes my report. Everything else looked good.
Thank you, Randy. That was good to know. All right. Any other comments or questions for Randy? Hearing and seeing none, moving on to item number 7, Board of Directors. The Aqua Region 8 Board of Directors nomination and support. Nancy, could you provide the report? 131, sorry.
Good morning, directors. On June 29th, 2026, the district received notification from the Aqua Region 8 Nominating Committee requesting nominations for candidates interested in serving on the Region 8 Board of Directors for the remainder of the 26-27 term. Nominations require submittal of a Region 8 Board candidate nomination form signed by the candidate and a board-adopted resolution supporting the candidate's nomination by July 29th. So if there are no questions, I'll hand this over to President Korodeski and
Are there any questions for
you
Nancy?
can.
Hearing and seeing none? All right. Thank you, Nancy. At this point, we will open nominations for the Aqua Region 8 Board member. You may self-nominate and nominations do not require a second. Do we have any nominations?
Yeah, I'll nominate our very own President Korodeski as our Region 8 rep.
Thank you. I will accept. Are there any other nominations?
Nope.
Okay. At this time, we'll close the nominations for the Aqua Region 8 Board. And I guess because there is only one nominee, we just wrap up. Okay. Okay. I ask the Board of Directors, I need a motion and a second to approve and adopt Resolution 2676, nominating the selected director for the Aqua Region 8 Board of Directors.
I'll make that motion.
Do we have a second? Thank you, Gary. Do we have any discussion?
When is the election? You know?
I do not
It's
know,
not-
actually. It's
29th of July. And when is when the election is?
It says shortly thereafter, there'll be an appointment. I think this is filling a vacant seat, so I'm not sure there's an election. I think it's an appointment. Yeah, the remainder of an existing term.
But the board, who appoints the board?
There's a nominating committee, I believe, that will make the appointment.
Yeah. Okay, great. So there's nominated committee and yeah, we'll work with them. Yeah, okay. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say nay.
I abstain.
And one abstention. Thank you all. Moving on to item number 8, General Manager, Water Supply Reliability and Diversification Study. Joe, are you providing that report today?
Yes, thank you, President Kordesky. I'll go ahead and do an quick introduction here. So the Water Supply Reliability and Diversification Study is being presented to the board to provide information on a comprehensive evaluation of strategies to enhance the district's water supply reliability through diversification of its supply portfolio. As you know, we're almost 100% dependent on the state water project. And so we really set out to see what we could do to be more diversified. The study was undertaken in the wake of the last drought in 2021-22, when our water wholesaler Metropolitan cut our allocation by 74%. So what we'd like to do as a district is really develop a more reliable supply of water through diversification, so that we don't have to impose any more extreme conservation on our customers. So as you recall, in the last drought, we had some things going on, such as no more than 1 day per week watering and no more than 8 minutes per station. And so we had customers losing their lawns or their landscapes, et cetera. So we really want to get away from this on again, off again conservation. And so that's what we're striving for. So we did award an agreement with Kennedy Jinks Consultants back in September of 2024. And since that time, there's been a lot of meetings that I've had with Kennedy Jinks and their team, stakeholder workshops, a lot of data collection, and really kind of looking into really not leaving no stone unturned as far as seeking out water supply alternatives. The recommendation is really to receive and file this report that's before you. It starts on page 145 of the agenda packet. I'm going to introduce Meredith Clement here. She is the project manager I've been working closely with for about 1.5 years now. And she's going to provide a presentation and really kind of give you a summary of what this is all about and where we landed with things. I do want the board to know, but feel free to provide comments after the presentation or ask questions. If the board does feel like there's more to be done, Meredith has done a very good job of staying well under budget. So kudos to her. I think the award was like for $500,000, and I don't know if we've even spent half of that. So she's been very, very efficient, and so I'm grateful for that. And if we do need to go back to the drawing board on some things, we can. We have the budget for it. But just keep in mind that what we decided to do is make this adaptive. In other words, there's a lot of assumptions and variables that go into this study, and just a lot of unknowns. And so we have to make these assumptions to come up with the numbers that we come up with, the cost of water, the bill impacts, et cetera. And so what we decided to do, and the recommendation, is to really kind of revisit this about every 5 years, which is very similar to what we do with other reports that we put out, the Urban Water Management Plan, or Water and Wastewater Master Plans. And so things change over time. And so we'll kind of crack open the report and revisit some things and do an update. It won't be as much of a Herculean lift as this initial report. So I just offer that too, that if as time goes by, there will be new opportunities, and whatever's recommended in this report, which Meredith will share with you, is not the necessarily what we're stuck on. So there's flexibility. And so without further ado, Meredith, go ahead and kick it off.
Thank you. Kennedy Jenks is really sad that I was so efficient. If you have something else to throw at me, that would be great. I'm going to say this is a real pleasure of a report to work on. It's fun to work for a really meaningful stakeholder process, but also with professional staff and an agency really interested in exploring opportunities and getting some good data and informing the public as they go. So, sorry, there is like a weird delay when okay, next slide. Let's see if I can do it. There we go. hopefully I didn't just advance 5 slides. But so the purpose of the study was to identify how to diversify LVMWD supply under a range of conditions, including normal, and what we're talking about, like long-term average, that's being normal, and then drought. So we kind of see those as the two big drivers. And then to consider the alternative supplies, also what the cost for the customers. And then we also, when we're looking at these alternative supplies, we need to think about what the status quo is. What are we comparing against? And so we looked at the status quo in some detail in different timeframes, that being imported water from Metropolitan, your upcoming Pure Water project, as well as in a drought situation, the groundwater supplies you have from Irvine Ranch Water District. So the status quo framework was an important piece because we really need to understand what it would look like business as usual kind of, and it creates a framework for us to compare against. All right, we're in business now. So as I mentioned, that was a stakeholder-driven process. We were lucky to have very engaged stakeholders. We did a poll, I think, on our last stakeholder meeting, and we asked, would you be willing to help us with an update later on? Would you be interested in, could you be engaged again in the future? And us, I think it was like 75% said yes. Yes, definitely. Sorry, that was their term. Like, I think we had about 23 maybe, and we had 6 like very kind of weak maybe, but that was still pretty good result. Our stakeholder group was pretty diverse. We had just members of the public. We had some of our mayors. We had chambers of commerce. We had our local water districts, neighboring water districts, Waterworks 29 and Callegas, Santa Monica Mountains Conservancy, and tree people. And hopefully I'm not missing any because we appreciated the input from all of them. We also had quite a bit of input from LVMW staff. So we had finance, engineering, planning, public outreach. And then some of you gentlemen look familiar to me, so I know you participated in our stakeholder meetings, which we appreciate. So it was very much a stakeholder-driven process, as you could see through our multiple meetings we had here. So there are some and Joe kind of touched on this, there are some really important assumptions that were kind of the foundation for giving us the ability to compare alternatives and supplies. And they are worth revisiting in the future because they have the potential to change. So we need to make this as a pretty transparent, like this is some of the assumptions you need to know about. We looked at 3 timeframes: near term, 2030, excuse me, air conditioning and I are not getting along today. Midterm, 2045, and then long-term, 2065. We looked at anticipated demands. We're assuming they're going to go from about 16,000 to 17,000 acre feet a year. This is despite the fact that you are expecting to see a growth in population, but you're also at the same time frame expecting a growth in efficiency. So we're not seeing the jump of demand jumping as much as you see in population. So those are all kind of baked into our assumptions. Our status quo portfolio in a normal year is Metropolitan Water and Pure Water. And then in a drought, and this is an important assumption, we assume Metropolitan supplies could be cut back by as much as 50%. So you would have your Metropolitan Water, your Pure Water, and then groundwater you have banked with Irvine Ranch Water District. And unfortunately, to meet demands under the status quo, you would need to undertake, again, some extreme conservation. We did assume, even though we did assume Metropolitan Water would be cut back, we did assume with that curtailment might not be as severe once the Sepulveda past stages 1 and 2, phases 1 and 2 happen. Some of that water will be available to Las Virgenes in a drought. We did assume Metropolitan supplies increase, not only supplies, Metropolitan supplies and services. So if you're wheeling water through their system, it will increase faster than the rate of inflation. So that influences not only our status quo costs, but also any of our alternative supplies that rely on Metropolitan for some piece of that alternative. We included that cost. Though not evaluated in detail, we do kind of look at the other planned supplies in the study. We make it aware of what other water districts and things are doing. And then When we think about drought, we kind of had to come up with assumption of how often Metropolitan go into their water supply allocation plan. And looking at past history, it'd be about 3 times per decade or up to 5 years in any 20-year period. So this is our status quo portfolio, and the top is normal year and the bottom is drought year. And you can see there's particularly in this normal year, near term, definitely a heavy dependency on imported water, with some pure water coming on board. Then by 2045, a much more significant amount of pure water available, less metropolitan water. And in 2065, with growth in demands and population, we assume even a little bit more metropolitan water by volume, not a great percentage growth, but a little more volume for metropolitan in 2065. And then the drought year, the assumption is we get cut back, curtailed by Met 50%. And we'd have some available volume from pure water. And we would need to call on the supplies from Irvine Ranch Water District to make up some gap. But still, unfortunately, in the near term, there could be, if metropolitan supplies are cut back so severely, a need to ask customers to go into extreme conservation again, which is undesirable, and hence the need for looking for alternative supplies. 2045, the situation gets a little bit better. There's a little bit more imported water available in a drought, assuming Sepulveda Pass phases 1 and 2 are implemented, and there's more pure water. So the need for extreme conservation is still present, but not as severe. We're going for like a 36% to 22%. So still not great, but better. The Pure Water Project really plays a part in assisting with that. And then in 2065, there's a little growth of population. And again, a need for extreme conservation if
I may interrupt you. On drought years 2045 and 2065, we don't show any IRWD water. Does that mean, what's the reason?
The reason is I was really strict in my definition of IRWD water. It's a contract, I believe, is 20 years. So it would be expired by 2045. That doesn't mean you guys couldn't take some action to up it, but I just made that assumption.
I was going to let you finish, but Director Poland, but in the future, it's really helpful to have numbers on the slides, because if we want to go back to the slide, unless I'm not seeing it, it's better to have, you can go back to a slide number.
Oh, okay. No, I apologize. Yeah, there are not here, so we could.
And then you keep mentioning population growth for this area.
Yes.
You're saying that there's going to be population growth?
Not extreme, but some, yeah.
Because I think it's, well, yeah. It's interesting to know how much, because it seems like it's pretty built out, but.
Yeah, that would be in the form of like ADUs and just more apartment complexes and things like that to meet the housing criteria that the state sets. So with a study like this, we do have to be a little conservative and make those assumptions. So again, more assumptions. Whether it pans out, the population predictions, I don't have the numbers right in front of me. They are in the report.
Yeah.
It's not insignificant. I want to say we're at about somewhere around 75,000 right now in our service area. And I think in 2065, it's up to 119,000.
I'm saying it's 112, 120
Yeah,
timeframe. Yeah.
112,000.
But
For our district.
yeah, but at the same,
Total, not the growth. There's the total.
but at the same time, we have all those state mandates on water conservation through SB 606 and AB 1668. And so while there's, population growth, high density stuff, the level of conservation, especially with Craig's landscape transformation program, the amount of additional water needed doesn't correspond directly with the
Doesn't grow
population.
proportionally.
And then the chart here under drought year, in 2045, this is assuming phase 2 of Sepulveda.
It is assuming another 2,700 2,700 acre feet.
Right. Baked into these pie charts is that phase 2 does happen.
Right, and that's, yeah, because I think that's a huge asterisk, just coming from Metropolitan.
Correct. And to be fair, the 2,700 Metropolitan has never published numbers saying Las Virgens will get this X amount of
No.
water when these things happen. We kind of did a weighted population.
Right.
We made a educated assumption about what Las Virgens' potential benefit could be.
And Ocean Well's not in here at all?
Not in status quo, no.
Because I think that, to me, sitting here, I think Ocean Well is probably a better chance than
Well, we-
phase two of Sepulveda.
Oh, we will, that was a popular stakeholder option, so we will talk about it, but it is, just for your information, is not currently in the status quo.
Right, thank
Yeah, these are all just baseline if we really don't do anything more than what we've been doing, which we've been doing pure water, so that's reflected in here.
Okay.
So we had several stakeholder meetings and we had one-on-one interviews and we talked to staff and we kind of came up with a cloud of opportunities, I guess. And through some stakeholder meetings and polls and surveys, we came down to 4 recommended portfolios, concepts, sorry. And those were rooftop capture, stormwater, groundwater banking outside of Los Angeles and Ventura County, so not immediately nearby. We call that distant groundwater banking. And then when we got into the details of that, that went into further partnership with Irvine Ranch Water District, participation in an established groundwater bank such as Semi-Tropic, and then participation in the Silvertip Water Reliability Program. For those of you familiar or not familiar with Silvertip, they have more than groundwater banking. They also have some reservoir storage, but they have a pretty broad portfolio that you can buy into. And then participate in the Callegas risk study, and all of a sudden I'm blanking on what it stands for, Water Reliability Implementation Strategy, something like that. But anyway, they're doing a broad look too of how to improve their reliability, and they are looking for some cases for regional partners. And they've had a good partnering relationship with them on other projects. And then participation in the brackish water treatment via United Water Conservation District. Sorry. So United Water Conservation District, for those of you who aren't familiar, they are doing some studies, and part of their bond that they're trying to sell right now is to further that project. It's a project to create an intrusion barrier to seawater, but then you could extract that water and treat it. So it would act as a barrier for seawater marching inland to the Oxnard Plain. I'm simplifying this quite a bit. It's a tricky process, obviously. And these were the 4 we had gone with, but the stakeholders really wanted to talk about desalination. And originally we had not talked about desalination because it was being studied on its own path. We didn't want to duplicate work. Goodness. So we did, oh, thank you. I don't know why I'm losing my voice.
That's special water there. That'll help you.
That'd be way better than this. Well, actually, I got this out of the fountain over there.
Joe brought you some pure water.
Yeah. You know, maybe I'll do the tour whenever that is. In a few weeks.
Please.
But anyway, so those were the 4 we came up with. This, and we had really tried to leave desalination separate, but just because you were studying it at its own path, and it didn't seem like we should duplicate that work. But the stakeholders really wanted to talk about it. It was of interest to them, so it was incorporated later, so it is brought in here as number 5. So we tried to use the work that is being done separate rather than duplicating work, but the stakeholders didn't want to talk about it. So these are the criteria by which the stakeholders chose to evaluate the concepts we came up with. Diversify core water supplies. Could we have supplies sort of like pure water where it's available all the time? We're not having all our eggs on basket. It's available all the time. Diversify core water supplies. Provide a drought supply. Your customers are very sensitive to the cutbacks that occurred most recently. So they're also looking for a drought supply. And you'll see in our recommended portfolio, sometimes we can find drought supplies, but we can't necessarily find core water supplies. Some projects serve one and not the other. They are, of course, obviously interested in impacts to their bills. So they are willing, it seems, to pay for reliability within reason. They want to be cost effective, clearly. And then local supply. This had, people would kind of like some of the supply to be within their control, be within the water agency's control, not be so reliant on Met, but also to have it nearby in the, if there was a earthquake or some sort of emergency situation was harder to access, more distant supplies. Operational flexibility, could it fit into Las Vegas's day-to-day operations and work? And then adaptability, and this is a little tricky one. Adaptability is meaning, could we adjust how much of the supply we get in the future and not be committed to some big piece of infrastructure, very expensive potentially, that we only use a piece of, or we needed it to be 5 times bigger. So, because we're always playing with some uncertainty with these assumptions. So that's what adaptability is. Could we take it in an incremental steps and buy in just to what we need, essentially? And then timeline, how fast could we get it? We don't want to, we would like it online before the next drought, obviously. So when you look at the scoring results, we have the, sorry, this is probably a little hard for everybody to see, but at the top we have the criteria, and then at the below we have how each concept scored. And what you can see is distant groundwater banking, which is our 2 series, I guess, scored pretty well across all the concepts, with the exception, all the criteria, with the exception of diversified core water supplies. Didn't do good there because it is only available to us in a drought, because we are relying on Metropolitan to move it to us, and they will only do so willingly in a drought. So under certain circumstances. So that's why the Concept 2 series doesn't perform that well against diversified core water supplies. Another concept that has scored quite well is desalination. You can see that it did well for operational flexibility, adaptability. We did score desalination, as I mentioned. We brought it in a little bit later to the stakeholders. I think we had a little some hiccups in there how they scored, because all the concepts were scored kind of in one big workshop, with the exception of desalination. We did that separate workshop for that. So they didn't have all the concepts first of mind when we scored desalination. And it ranked kind of higher than I would have expected. Like it ranked higher than concept, the distant groundwater banking concepts, even though we know we could do that next week. We could buy more distant groundwater banking. And we know desalination is going to take time to build the infrastructure, negotiate the agreement. So keep that in mind, that desalination, very popular, but scored a little bit separately. So near-term actions, these are recommendations, is to update the study. As we mentioned, there's a lot of assumptions built into the study, the cost of metropolitan supplies, how much you might be cut back, what your demands look like, what your efficiency is going to look like. There's a lot that could change even in the next 5 years. Our recommendation is to pursue more distant groundwater banking. It's almost a win-win. It could help you in the next drought. It's adaptable. You're not buying in more than you would necessarily need. Continue participation in the risk study, and then continue investigation of desalination, and follow the groundwater banking that LADWP is pursuing. Midterm actions, again, update the study, reevaluate your experience with the distant groundwater banking, and again, continue participating in all these other regional kind of programs. I'm lucky to have Vegas next door and LADWP. And then along the way, relook at the reliability of your status quo. Metropolitan may, you guys are more engaged in this, they may make changes that benefit Las Virgenes and the supply reliability of your status quo. And so comparing our recommended action, which is a distant groundwater banking, I'm only going to talk about it for the drought year. So none of these are for a normal year, because distant groundwater banking only works, only is available in a drought situation when Metropolitan goes into water supply allocation plan. And what you can see in the status quo near term, again, we have pretty significant need for extreme conservation, but with a recommended portfolio, you would have a limited need for extreme conservation, about 11%. The reason, this is a little bit of a assumption of the study, we were kind of targeting a new supply of 4,000 acre feet. We didn't want to overinvest, because as you got more efficient, you wouldn't necessarily need that investment. So in some of the early years, there could be need for additional, for a minor amount of conservation in a drought. By 2045, you can see with Pure Water Online, the Sepulveda Pass improvements, and distant groundwater banking, there would not be a need for extreme conservation. That's our assumption. And that's also true in 2065, despite a little bit growth of population and water demands, you should still be able to meet needs without extreme conservation with a distant groundwater banking recommendation. And because it was so popular, we also wanted to talk about desalination. Desalination, compared to the status quo in a normal year, it does benefit core water supplies. It's one of our only alternatives that did benefit core water supplies. We did see that as metropolitan supplies go up in cost based on our assumptions and Metropolitan's own assumptions, their cost is going to go up. Desalination becomes cost competitive with metropolitan supplies. And this is all based on, a flurry of assumptions, but reasonable assumptions. So it is a worthy alternative to keep your eye on. We saw that if you were to implement desalination, it could increase the average customer bill, and I'll go into who the average customer is in a second, by about $1 a month. So it would give you a local supply that is cost effective. And so our average customer is a customer that uses about 700 cubic feet indoor, and then another, I think it's like 16 outdoor. So that will get, and that customer will probably get more efficient. We're thinking right now the average customer is about 23. They will get down to something more like 16 to 13 as the state conservation moves in. And then kind of the same situation, sorry, I'm trying to make sure I went over all the years. 2065, we see that we get a decent amount of metropolitan water with the Sepulveda Pass improvements, and then desal and pure water could make up the rest of your normal year portfolio. I think it is worth talking about with desalination, you would still probably need to think about doing distant groundwater banking, and that's what I'm showing in this slide. In a drought year, because if you were doing desalination, your cutbacks from Met would be based on your kind of what you had taken recently. And if you had decreased how much you'd taken from Metropolitan recently because you were using your desalination supplies, they will offer you a similar cutback in the drought. So you will have less imported water supply available to you in a drought because Metropolitan is basing how much they're going to give you your past performance. So in a drought in say 2045, you would still need to bring in some distant groundwater banking to make up that loss of metropolitan water. Though desalination still makes up a pretty significant part of the portfolio. Not as much as if you were just doing groundwater banking separate from desalination. So still about 2,000 to 2,400 acre feet a year distant groundwater bank would save you from potential need for extreme conservation. And then, I kind of already talked about this, desalination again, not expected to drastically increase customers' costs. And with that, Joe, did I miss anything?
No, let me just reiterate the recommendation is receive and file the water supply reliability and diversification study. And of course, we're open to questions and a discussion.
Yeah, just a quick comment. So this is a far-reaching study. 2065, I'll be 103. So this is something that we plan on doing maybe every 5 years or so, redoing?
Update.
Yeah, okay, good. And
You're thinking kind of maybe in concert with your urban water management plan, kind of you're looking at your supplies and demands long-term, be a good time.
Yeah, all these numbers in here are correlate to what Craig's team put in the urban water management plan. So there was a lot of collaboration. So everything kind of meshes with that plan as well.
yeah, I really think it's great because it forces you to think really far in the future, which is something that most of us don't really do a lot. So I really like that aspect of it. And so I like I think it's solid and it's really helpful. And I'm glad that we'll redo it every whatever 5 years or so. I just want to make sure that we have is this the entire study here? I didn't read through every page here. Yeah, I know you're shocked. But I mean, it's great to have, so you have so much knowledge on this. I just want to make sure everything that's up here is
It should be.
here. Okay.
Joe read it top top to bottom, front to back.
Okay, all
Yeah,
right.
it's been through a lot of iterations. I've gone through it several times. I mean, is there more stuff we could put in there? I mean, yeah, maybe, but it's pretty comprehensive, I
right.
believe.
Yeah, I have some comments, Meredith. Great job, and Joe, thank you for doing this. You know, I think I know it said updated in 5 years. I think what would be helpful is if anything major comes through, we could update as we go. In other words, if it's a public pass feeder.
Oh,
comes in-
maybe just do like a supplement too.
Yeah, anything major that affects it. Maybe not, so not water off the roof isn't that much water, but if major water things like ocean well or public pass. The thing that I worry about is the drought situations, because when there's plenty of water, it doesn't matter. But when it gets drought, even the water banking we've talked about, we got to hope that there's water there and that they're in business. I mean, we've done our, even if we have water banking, so I think that needs to be somewhere in this report, the reliability. It's not 1,000,000% that there's a drought and there's not enough water anywhere that we're going to have the water that was promised to us. I think there's still an expectation that maybe that water may not be there. I think that needs to be in here. Also, I didn't see anything from Colorado. I see all of it from the state water and the banking. I think that needs to be in this report. It's diversifying, which is better than just getting it from one source like Metropolitan, but it's still the state water. If there's saltwater intrusion or a major earthquake or something happens in the state water I didn't want to think about, subsidence, then all of our water is still at one source. So even pure water is one source because it starts there, and even though we use it again, we don't have it the first time to use it. So I think that's got to be somehow in this report.
Okay.
I believe. And then ocean well, when we talk about ocean well, to me, there's two phases of ocean well. The first phase is getting the water out of the ocean into a pipe on PCH, which I think is I'll call it phase 1. I don't know what we call it. But that to me needs to be differentiated from what I'll call phase 2, which is getting it to Tapia, which is a big lift uphill with pipes or boring, or we're still talking about that. But I think when we talk about ocean well, then we have to break up phase 1 and 2, because I think there are major differences in cost and time. And then the other thing is, I know our goal is to not have our ratepayers like go through the bumps of like taking out their lawn, putting in drought tolerant, and then 5 years later I see people putting sod in our community still today, literally. But I think what we tell them is that if you're efficient, we think you'll be okay with the starts and stops. But if you're not efficient, meaning you want to live in Maui and Calabasas in the summer, you may have to take that. That may not be feasible. That may not be feasible. We can almost like tell them, the start and stops are only for the efficients or the people who are being responsible or living like they, in this community. But it's almost hard, if you want to do all grass and all the really wet needing plants, we can't say, we may not be able to keep that going. Just those big picture questions, comments.
It's good.
I could maybe provide some insight. As far as like, the distant groundwater banking is a great stopgap measure. It's probably the best thing that we have that's relatively, compared to the other options, is relatively inexpensive. It's feasible. Yes, IRWD banking, even other things that are available up in the Central Valley relies on not the Delta, but the state water aqueduct, California aqueduct, to get it here. So I think the stakeholders kind of baked that into their assumptions as far as reliability. What we really need to do is work towards another core supply like desal. And yes, that will get phased in. What we're showing is fully phased in by 2035. So we could have this phase 1 that maybe just feeds Malibu initially. That won't be, that'll be before 2035, but we're showing pie charts for 2035 and beyond, which is, it's fully operational and we're getting that water. And of course, and as I mentioned, there's a lot of assumptions that go into this. That's why it's adaptive. And we will certainly, as things change, if new opportunities come up, like a banking program in the Oxnard Plain, either through Cayugas, Wrist, or with Oxnard, or even with LA, Los Angeles with some of the things they're doing, certainly we'll take a fresh look at those as more information becomes available. And we could do a supplement that we don't necessarily have to wait every 5 years to do that. But that's why the whole study, we decided, well, things are going to change and we need to be adaptable. So, yeah.
That's good to hear. And then just the other two things, to me, it makes a lot of sense to deal with LAWP because they're right here. And if they have Colorado River water, they have state aqueduct water, you know, I think that's got to be a big part. They're our neighbors. It's like we're already plumbed to them. And then the other, we talked about Upper San Gabriel's got water as well. That we talked about potentially, maybe that they could be a partner here too as well.
So over the course of the next few months, we're doing kind of a side-by-side analysis, IRWD, Silvertip, and others like Upper San Gabriel. And the plan is to come to the board with a recommendation on who we want to go with. How it could be more than one, and how much we want to put in. We do have, just a reminder, we did budget $3 million per year for the next 2 years to purchase distant groundwater.
Or we talked about if Donald let us put 6 million for 2 years and spend 6 in the first year and none in the second year too.
He's not a fan of that.
He's not, I talked to him about.
Everything is an option with trade-offs.
So when did you say you might bring that back to the board?
I'm planning on doing something sometime in the next few months.
Okay, thanks.
Can you just explain a little bit about how Silvertip works? Because from what I read, it's only during a drought situation, correct?
Well, pretty much the even IRWD, you could purchase, ideally you purchase water during wet years. That's when that's going to be cheaper or the cheapest. And then, but you could only move it and use it when Met is in allocation. So during a drought. Silvertip is really no different from what the agreement we have with IRWD. The difference with Silvertip is they have a lot of different locations and groundwater basins that they could pull from. Yes, some up by in the Central Valley by where IRWD and Semi-Tropic are, and others that are quote unquote downstream of us. And that is water that it would be like an in lieu exchange. We wouldn't actually get those molecules, but there would be an exchange in place. So with Silvertip, they have kind of a diversified portfolio of different groundwater basins that they could pull from. And actually they even, not just groundwater basins, they actually have storage in San Luis Reservoir that could be pulled from as well.
Len?
So on, you have this presentation, the 5.3, table 5.3, shows average monthly residential water bill based on tier 1 rates. Are you going to talk about that, or is that something I can talk about now?
Feel free to talk about it.
This is tell the page.
Oh, it's page 269 of our report, or page 521 of your report. 269 of our agenda.
Go for it, Len.
Well, I see here, I guess it's a study in contrast, because you look at the dollars per acre foot, and then you look at the unit cost per person, or per family, I guess, and the amount of water you use per month and how your water bill is going to look. And I was just wanted to, it's an issue of paramount importance in terms of what are we going to pay?
No, yeah,
Yeah,
I
so
agree.
I just wondered if you were going to talk about it.
We talked about it briefly, what we kind of thought the different scenarios would look like for the average customer, but I did not intend, but we can talk about table 5.3 in
I'd
detail.
like to talk about this
Okay,
in front of
let
the
me see if
board.
I can show it.
I don't know if can you pull it up, Meredith?
I have the report, so let me give it a try.
And I think the key takeaway on this chart, which I really like it, is that
So do I.
what it shows, we frequently talk about new water supplies in terms of the cost per acre foot.
Yep.
And we make a decision or an assessment on whether it's a feasible investment based on the cost per acre foot. And the purpose of this chart is to show what cost per acre foot can we reasonably accommodate while keeping customer bills below $200 and acknowledging that we are investing in conservation. And as customers are more efficient in their water usage and use less, their bill is lower. And so you kind of have this stair step effect where the green is. And it shows, you know, as customers are more efficient, eventually customers that use 13 HCF or less per month, their bill would remain under $200, even if we invested in new water supplies that cost up to $5,000 an acre foot. So we're not saying we would do that, but we're just showing that new supplies that are within that range are within the realm of a possibility for the district, and that we could accommodate that. And also realizing it would not be 100% of our supply. It would be, you know, a portion of our supply.
Okay, thank you. I was really interested in getting it in front of the board.
One of the things is,
Cost,
I'm
cost
sorry.
cost per household is a big issue, and WER.
The cost of water is going to go up.
Oh,
and
yeah.
people are going to pay more money. I think one of our goals is to do our best to keep the water bills as low as we can. But again, if the goal is to have the lowest cost water, it might also be the least reliable water. So there is a balance we're trying to strike. I think for right now, and there's no adopted board policy on this, but we kind of told ourselves, well, maybe $200 or less a month is
You pick a number.
Yeah, and so that's what we show in the green on the
Right.
chart.
Right.
And you know what's going to happen too, as the cost of water goes up, I would think not all customers, but a lot of customers will use it even more efficiently. And so you could kind of see how the green cells on that chart, it kind of, if they use water more efficiently, say they're using 2,300 cubic feet a month.
And they go down to 13.
Yeah, and maybe over time, as water gets more expensive, maybe they get down to 1,500 cubic feet a month, and they could, and that could help mitigate the increase, you know, reduce the increase in their water bill by just using less water. So that's what this is kind of show. I also want to, in the report, we did add a section kind of toward the end where we talk about the affordability of water as well. And let me see if I can find it here. Yeah, it's I think the last section 5.8.1,
yeah.
affordability. And you know, with this, I was down at Metropolitan and they had a gentleman, Dr. Kurt Schwabe. He's from he teaches at University of California in is it Riverside? Yeah. Yeah. So he provided he actually did a study for Metropolitan Water District. They're very in tune with affordability and interested in this subject. But in this narrative I have in the report, even with these increases that we're looking at, our affordability is still within what they basically set a metric that the cost of water for your household is 1.5% or less of your household expenses, and you're doing good. And even in our analysis, we'll still be within that affordability range.
And on that issue, at Metropolitan, a lot of people don't have yards, so their affordability is literally for eating and, you know, showering and sleeping. I mean, their water needs are indoors, where ours, if it's an affordability issue, you could use less water and you're outside. And you could literally, you know, the rates go up, you could still save money on your water by being more efficient outside, whereas a lot of people in Metropolitan's area can't do that.
In fact, even at the highest, I'm looking at, if we had a melded water rate of $6,500 per acre foot. So Put that in context, we were at 1,256, back in 2024, with what we were paying Metropolitan for treated water delivered. But over time, say we're a year 2065, and this is in current day dollars. If we go up to 6,500, our water expense ratio, so that 1.5% I mentioned to be considered affordable, we would still be only at 1.04%. So it's still deemed very affordable.
I have one other comment, and this report shows how, I'm going to pat the district on the back, how brilliant it is to have the Pure Water Project, because there's a constant ratio of cost to be 1281 for the foreseeable future. I love it. It's fantastic. Thank you.
All right, yes?
Yeah, so first of all, lots of great info. I agree with what these guys said, but Joe or Dave, I'm curious on if you could describe maybe your biggest takeaway or learning, and are we going to do anything different? I mean, it's a lot of great, and we've been talking about these things and a lot of good data, but are we just going to put this on the shelf, or is there a takeaway?
Yeah, it it won't just go on a shelf. We will refresh it every 5 years and supplement it as we get new information and new opportunities come up. The big takeaway is it really kind of validated what we were already kind of thinking, which was it takes a long time to put new water supplies into play. Ocean well, for example, or desal, if we were to pursue desalination of whatever form, that it takes 10 plus years to do. I mean, pure water, we started that in 2014, 2015. So it takes time to put new water supplies into place. Metropolitan talks about building new reservoirs. Those are 15, 20-year projects. The Delta Conveyance Project is decades in the making, and we're still really no closer than we were, decades ago. So what this really does is it validated the fact that we need to find something that's feasible, that we could do kind of immediately. And the distant groundwater banking, or any kind of groundwater banking, an exchange of some sort, that's really the way to go. And that's really the road we're headed down with the board's consent. So a lot of validation there. And the other thing we do need to be careful about, and Met talks about this all the time, over-investing and then ending up with stranded assets. So we also have to be mindful of not going overboard on investing in a new water supply as well.
I mean, just if I could follow up, like if you had a lot of money, you'd look at your portfolio, and some would be like short-term, medium-term, and long-term. But you have to analyze what's available short-term, what's available medium and long. And I think I look at this as our water portfolio, just like you would a financial. So the water banking is immediate, no infrastructure, very immediate. So we want to look at that. And then the medium, maybe the pure water, and then the long-term, the ocean well or the Sepulveda. But having this down is a big, I guess, do we do this before? Have we done this before?
No, we've never done this. We've never had this. And I think that's a big step forward, is having this and really serving as our master plan for water supply.
Yeah.
We've done it for facilities, investing in our infrastructure, but not in our water supply.
What I like about it is, I mean, it supports some of the decisions that we've been making over the past, number of years. And all of those decisions came from just this right behind us. And so it's kind of nice. This really is like a director's, 30,000 foot document, really. And I think it's glad that it supports the decisions that I'm glad that it supports decisions that we've made in the past, and will be part of our guidance going forward.
And quick to Director Levine's comment or question is, the other thing takeaway was, wow, pure water really is going to be the cheapest water in time. And because Met has a very large system and a very old system that needs a lot of repairs, and it's going to take a lot of money to do that. And then when you factor in that they're also trying to do things like Delta Conveyance, there's $10+ billion in Sites Reservoir and Pure Water SoCal and all these other things. Met water is going to get a lot more expensive than it has been. So it just makes our decisions and our investment in pure water even more appealing. So there's that kind of validation as well. Keep in mind in the report, all the dollars are in current year dollars. We didn't add inflation. So just so it's apples to apples on everything. And then Meredith, if you could pull up the second to last slide, if you don't mind. Keep in mind when we started the study, it's diversification. And so while you could, we show pie charts in here that is just for like drought year is desal, and then with Metropolitan, of course, and Pure Water. Personally, I think still having a component of distant groundwater banking, it's more diversified. So that's what's reflected on this this particular chart right here, where you have more different flavors of the pie. And so with that, for me, that means more reliability when you're more diversified. You could do too much as well, too much diversification, and that's where you might end up losing efficiencies and spending more money and having more stranded assets and that kind of thing. But I think when I look at the report, I think this is probably where we need to head, and it might get refined over time as we revisit the study.
Yeah, I agree. Any other comments or questions? Seeing here, and so we're receiving and file. Is that our?
Actually, I have one, I'm sorry,
Oh,
Andy.
one more, no.
I'm looking on page, the water supply diversification study, stakeholder number 1. We didn't go over those slides. And it did show existing source. It showed a lot of the information that's, I don't know what, it's page 6 of that report, which is that an additional report, or is it part of the same report?
It's sort of an appendix that reflects the slides that were shared with the stakeholders during their different meetings.
Ah, okay. It's a reiteration, basically.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, moving on to item number.
Do we need to get a?
Yeah, why don't we take a motion and a
Oh,
second?
do we want to
to
vote on this? Not a, okay, fine.
I'll make the motion to adopt the report as published.
And excuse me, I will second it.
Thank you for those. Jessica, are you going to lead us through the vote? Nancy. All right, Nancy.
Director Levine,
Yes.
Director Burns,
Yes.
Director Poland,
Yes.
Director Lewitt,
Yes.
President Kordesky.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to number 8B, Internal Audit Program, results of the regulatory compliance audit and approval of fiscal year 2026, 2027, Internal Audit Program, page 372. Don, I believe that's you.
Yes, thank you. So as mentioned, this is the next in your series of reports on the internal audit program. Back in 2023, you may recall that you were presented with the results of an enterprise risk assessment. And since that time, we've been really focused on 2 audits a year through our internal auditor, Ide Bailey. And the latest audit that we did was the regulatory compliance audit, which primarily focused on Daryl's department and some other areas where we want to ensure that we are complying with our regulatory requirements in the most efficient way possible. So with that, I will turn over to the Ide Bailey team, which will be led off by Audrey Donovan. And then at the end, I'll talk about the next audit for the board's approval.
Thank you, Don. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here again. As Don just mentioned, I'm Audrey Donovan, Senior Manager with Ike Bailey, and I'm joined here today by Doug Slike and Zach Tellinghusen, who were part of the audit team that performed this review. We are pleased to present the results of the regulatory compliance internal audit and would like to begin by thanking district management and staff for their cooperation, responsiveness, and partnership throughout the engagement. Their support provided valuable insight into the district's compliance processes and helped make this review both productive and meaningful. So thank you, everybody. Overall, we found strong engagement from district personnel and a solid foundation of regulatory compliance processes. As you will hear shortly from Doug, our observations are not about significant compliance concerns, but rather opportunities to enhance visibility, consistency, and long-term sustainability as regulatory requirements continue to evolve. With that, I'll turn it over to Doug to walk us through the scope of the engagement, our overall conclusions, and the opportunities identified during the review.
Thank you, Audrey. I also would like to extend my appreciation to the engineering, facilities, and water operations department for the assistance that their teams provided throughout the engagement. They were very responsive and their assistance was imperative to the success of the engagement. So as shown on this slide, the objective was to evaluate internal controls over regulatory compliance within engineering and facilities and water operations. And that included the processes used to identify, monitor, prepare, review, and retain regulatory reports to support complete, accurate, and timely compliance activities. The scope of the engagement covered regulatory compliance activities from June 1st, 2025 through April 30th, 2026. Our work included interviews, walkthroughs, review of supporting documentation, evaluation of tracking and monitoring processes, and testing of regulatory reporting areas selected from a larger population of reporting requirements. Before discussing the observations, I want to emphasize the overall conclusion from the engagement. We found that core regulatory processes are functioning and that ownership, review procedures, reporting practices, and monitoring activities are in place. The observations that follow are intended to improve consistency, visibility, documentation, and long-term sustainability. So the first observation relates to centralized visibility of regulatory reporting obligations. Departments understand their reporting requirements and have processes in place to prepare and submit required reports. However, those obligations are tracked through a combination of departmental processes, spreadsheets, calendars, reminder emails, and other monitoring tools. While these processes support reporting activities, management does not currently have a centralized management view of reporting obligations across the district. This limits enterprise level oversight and reduces visibility, comparability, and management's ability to confirm completeness or respond efficiency to regulatory inquiries.
I think so.
Our recommendation is that management establish a centralized oversight view of all regulatory reporting obligations across departments, including ownership, due dates, type, and status. This would improve visibility, support consistent classification, enhance cross-departmental coordination, and enable timely, accurate responses to regulatory requirements. Observation 1 is about having a centralized management view of reporting obligations. Observation 2, which follows, focuses on standardizing the tracker itself so it can serve as a reliable primary source. The second observation focuses on the reporting tracker standardization and process alignment. The regulatory reporting tracker provides a strong foundation for consolidating reporting obligations. However, there is inconsistent naming conventions, incomplete fields, and limited status classifications that reduce the ability to aggregate, interpret, and confirm completeness across departments. Our recommendation is to further standardize the tracker by defining required fields, apply consistent naming conventions, update ownership, implement version control, and periodically reconcile the tracker to regulatory requirements, reporting schedules, and departmental records. Observation 1 addressed the need for centralized visibility, whereas Observation 2 addresses the consistency and maintenance of the tracker that supports that visibility. Moving on to observation number 3. The third observation is of formalization of quality control and review practices. We confirmed that regulatory reports are reviewed prior to submission and management oversight is occurring. However, quality control and review practices lack consistent standardization, documentation, or evidence across departments and report types. As a result, report packages do not always provide consistent evidence showing how reviews are performed, how exceptions are evaluated, or how conclusions are reached. The point is not that reviews are absent, rather, the evidence of the review should be more consistent and supportable. Our recommendation is to implement standard quality control procedures and structured review tools, such as templates and checklists. Those tools should document review activities, validate key reports, and capture exception follow-up and closure, providing consistent and supportable review across departments. Moving on to the final observation, number 4, that relates to continuity planning and record accessibility. We noted inconsistent practices and reliance on individual knowledge, which may limit continuity, accessibility, and efficient retrieval of reporting support. Because reporting responsibilities often rely on specialized knowledge and historical understanding, continuity challenges may arise when personnel changes occur, personnel are unavailable, or when information must be retrieved quickly for management. Our recommendation is to define primary and backup preparers and reviewers for reports, cross-train staff on critical preparation and review steps, and establish consistent expectations for reporting package retention, access, and supporting documentation. This will improve continuity, efficiency, and accessibility of reporting support. In conclusion, the overall results of the engagement showed the district has the structure of a compliance process in place, and although testing did not identify exceptions within the regulatory report selected for review. We provided observations to enhance the process to support consistency, visibility, sustainability, and long-term resiliency as reporting requirements continue to evolve. Again, we appreciate the cooperation and assistance provided by district personnel throughout the engagement, and we thank the board for the opportunity to present the results of this review. Our team is happy to answer any questions.
Mr. President, if I could just make a couple of comments. One thing that I'd like to just highlight on this audit is there was no findings. So findings are higher level than an observation. So that speaks to the effort that the departments have worked in for regulatory compliance, and the systems of the, especially 1 and 2, with centralizing and having a better process. Daryl and Eric, I know, had already been identified that and have already been looking at ways to improve that. And I also wanted to thank Karen Norman, who spent a whole lot of time tracking staff down for the information that they needed. And then once we finish this, then I'll go into the next current year's program.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions for Don or for Ide Bailey?
I was wondering,
Actually, I'm sorry. I think we need a motion and a second before we have discussion.
I'll make a motion to adopt the regulatory compliance review as published.
Second.
All right, go ahead, Lynn.
I understand the motivation to generate this study. I think it's right on point, but it also puts an additional burden on who. I was concerned, is the general manager going to have another major task? How's this going to work? Because it seems to me it's almost a no-brainer that we have to do some of this. It seems pretty clear.
Right. So, well, I mean, the general manager won't have a major burden, but Daryl and Eric will have I think that the way to look at it is once these systems are in place, it makes the work more efficient over the long period of time. So there's work to set up a centralized system. There's work to automate some of the reporting. But then once that work is done going forward, the reporting should be more efficient. And you guys are the ones that do it. So if you want to chime in.
Yeah, I was going to mention, I think this just highlights opportunities for us to be more effective and efficient. And so that there is less likely a potential of a regulatory report, for example, that we may miss,
Yes,
right?
right, yeah.
So there's a high risk with that. So having a system in place that's transparent, that is across multiple divisions or departments, as well as the ability to have notifications of up and coming reporting that is due, can only be helpful to us. So I don't see it as being necessarily like an added task or burden to
Well,
us.
it's going to be some more work. All right, I think it's right on it's right on point. It talks exactly to the issue, and I think it's great.
Any other comments or questions?
So there's a second part.
Okay, yeah, let's go.
So the second part of the report is just continuing on with the internal audit program, which I'll just highlight, is really important to identify ways the district can improve in delivering the services and the programs like we just had on the water diversification study, making sure the systems are in place to effectively, efficiently deliver those programs. For the next internal audit program, the recommendation is to focus on the human resources section, and more specifically ensuring human resources properly management's human capital, and basically looking at their controls and everything in place in the human resources area. So we like to spread it around so that it is a bit of work to respond to the internal auditor's data request and identifying different departments and different divisions throughout the process helps spread that burden around. So the recommendation for the report is a two-parter. One is receive and file the regulatory compliance audit. And the second is to authorize an amendment to the professional services agreement with I. Bailey in the amount of $65,000 to complete human resources internal control audit.
Great. Any comments or questions?
How long does the audit take in terms of time and hours?
Well, they vary. Audrey can probably speak to it more specifically. We just due to the resources and the cost, we limit it to 2 per year. So we try to spread out the reports to you every 6 months, but Audrey, you want to chime in on the actual time to do the audit?
Yes, so we'll coordinate with Don Patterson, Assistant GM, and his team, especially with HR, and we'll coordinate a time that works for them. Typically, these engagements will take between 3 and 4 months. It's a matter of the availability of the staff. If they have time off, vacation, if there's other competing priorities, we try to be flexible and not overburden any one department at any one time. So if there's any initiatives that are occurring as well, we'd like to plan around that. And then it's a 3-phase process. We start with planning and then field work and then report writing. And then we wrap that up. So usually about 4 months. So if we kick this off in August, we would see you guys again in November,
So
December timeframe.
How many billable hours would that be about?
The engagement is between 275 and 300 hours.
Thank you.
All right. Any other comments or questions? Jessica?
Director Levine,
Yes.
Director Burns,
Yes.
Director Poland,
Yes.
Director Lewitt.
Yes.
President Kordesky.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Great. Thank you so much. Moving on, item number nine, non-action items, the general manager's reports. General business and follow-up items.
Thank you, President Kordesky. A couple items of note. Operationally, we are beginning to prepare the Westlake filtration plant for its summertime operation. This is a normal procedure, and we're in that time of year when we normally start the treatment plant. We expect later this week for Westlake to be online, and we'll be supplying water from the Las Virgenes Reservoir into the system. In doing that, sometimes we will get complaints about change in the taste and odor, and so we're prepared for that in the event that that comes up. Separately, we've been doing a lot of work preparing for construction on the Pure Water project, specifically the pipelines. As you know, the advanced water purification facility is already under construction. The pipelines are to follow. Much of that work has been in coordination with the city of Westlake Village, and we've made really, I think, tremendous progress on that. It's really been a balancing act in addressing the city's priorities and concerns, being sure that we're mindful of the local businesses that are along that corridor, specifically Agoura Road, and also First Neighborhood. And so it's really a balancing act between all 3 of those and doing our very best to come up with a strategy that acknowledges that. I believe we have or are very close to that strategy. And I'll just share the team's done really, I think, an exceptional job to take in all that feedback and really adapt the plan, including some minor realignments of the pipeline itself in order to accommodate some of the traffic movements that we're trying to support. There is a valve that's going to be installed. That's actually going to happen this week, beginning tomorrow evening and overnight. It's a new 24-inch valve that will be installed on Agoura Road. And that valve is really important because it will help us to isolate the pipe network in the intersection there that has given us challenges. That's the intersection of Lindero Canyon Road and Agura Road. Also, part of the work that we will be doing is we will be doing all of the construction in that intersection at once. And so our strategy involves not only building the what we call the brine pipeline through there, but also relocating the existing potable water lines that are an issue of concern, and also installing the associated pipelines for ancillary pipelines for pure water. And that is all on track to happen in the latter part of August going into September. Looking at the calendar, I wanted to highlight a couple things. We have the second of our two site tours of the advanced water purification facility coming up on Thursday at 1 p.m. So those of you who were not able to make it last week are welcome to come out. You'll have a chance to see the soil nails and how that work is progressing on the site. Again, Thursday at 1 p.m. Also related to Pure Water, on August 13th, which is a Thursday from 6 to 8 p.m., we will be having a community meeting with First Neighborhood. So this will be an important meeting really to bring the First Neighborhood residents up to speed on the work that will be happening. And so we're looking forward to that. Other calendar items, I mentioned at our last board meeting that in August, we have a little bit of a unique board meeting schedule. Our LV meeting will be on Monday, August 3rd, instead of the normal Tuesday. And then the JPA meeting, which would normally be the first Monday of the month, is going to be on the second Monday of the month. And that will be August 10th. And that concludes my report.
Thank you, Dave. Are there any comments or questions for Dave?
Just the First Neighborhood, where's that taking place?
It will be at the community center, First Neighborhood Community Center.
It's in the center of the community. There's a little commercial center. Could be. Like Gary's looking a little puzzled.
Yeah, well, in the center, it's the center of the community, I guess.
The address is provided in the invitation that went out to the board members.
31830 Village Center Road.
Oh, not here.
All right, and
I have some questions. How far do we draw down the reservoir when we running on this program?
It depends. We're basically freeing up space for the upcoming winter rains. So we could run 2,000 to 3,000 acre foot of water on an average.
All right, and then the other comment is there's a fiber optic cable that's going around the community. Last week it went up Townsgate. No, not Townsgate, Lakeview. And this morning as I came to work, I saw that they were working on Lindero. I assume that's been factored in. You guys know about it?
Yes, we're well aware of it.
Well, okay. And the last thing, where's this 24-inch valve going in tonight?
It's currently going just east of the storm drain channel. So where the CLU building is, California Lutheran University building, it's directly across the street.
And
What
what impact is it going to have on the intersection?
It will have no impact on the we'll have a little impact on the intersection this evening, and the southern commercial buildings, excuse me, the eastern commercial buildings through the evening. And then following the input of the 24-inch valve, there will be no customers impacted in the future.
So getting on and off the freeway will be okay?
For this evening, correct.
Yeah, okay. That's what I wanted to know.
I believe it's tomorrow evening.
I misspoke. It is tomorrow evening.
Oh, okay. That's even better. Thank you.
all right. Any other comments or questions? Hearing and seeing none, moving on. Director's comments. Len, why don't we start with you today?
Attended by Zoom the VCAWA presentation at Cayugas of the DCP financial status in 2024 dollars. When I did ask a question, so can you update it? It's at 20.1 billion. And I thought that the thing was increasing by $1 million a day or something by cost. So in any event, if experience is any guide, I believe in some projects, and I really believe in this project, and I'm hoping Jay can influence the Met Board to adopt that attitude and position. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Director Poland. Yeah, as far as the Met Board, we're faced, they developed this program called Camp for Water, which all major projects have to go through and get analyzed, including our Sepulveda Phase 2 and sites reservoirs in there, and DCP will be in there, and I want to even add the state subsidence issue because I think it's that major. And pure water is not even a done deal by a long shot for Metropolitan. So, yeah, so money is tight, and the one thing that the chair of our board, Ortega, said that like 6 months ago is kind of you kind of open your mouth. You can't believe when he says it, but I'm starting to say it now. It's that people expect and want water 365 days a year, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Perfect water that's healthy, that's whenever you want it, every second, reliable, tastes good, inexpensive, but they don't want to pay for it. And I don't know, it doesn't work because anything else in life that you want top shelf, you got to pay for it, or you don't get top shelf. But they want top shelf, expect it, and they don't want to pay for it. The federal government, state government, ratepayers, everyone in between doesn't want to pay for it. So a possible solution, just throwing stuff out there, could be you don't get water on Tuesdays. So take your baths Monday, wash your food Monday, wash your clothes Monday. That's an option, but people expect 24/7, but they don't want to pay for it. So I'm working hard, but it's an uphill battle, and pray for no rain or snow, because I think that's something that'll help us.
I attended the Agua Region 8 meeting a couple of weeks ago. It was actually really fascinating. It was on AI. The gentleman who gave the keynote speech was sitting next to me, and we had a good conversation regarding Las Virgenes and AI, and it was really fascinating, and it kind of essentially everything that that was discussed are things that we've discussed here in this boardroom. So I mean, we are pretty well versed in what's going on with AI these days. And what was also very nice is Chisholm Obagolu from the city of Glendale. So there were a bunch of our directors there, and from Las Virgenes, and he came up to me and he said that he really appreciates our district and how involved the directors are. I think he works for the city of Glendale, and I don't think he gets nearly that kind of support from his board. So he was appreciative and complimentary to us on that.
I'd like to propose that we undertake a study on how to get rid of the ants over here that are absolutely overtake. Gary's probably killed 100 ants during this meeting. Yeah. Wow. Okay.
I support that.
I got nothing else.
I think we should get rid of the uncles too. I must say that in the study we just looked at, there's one thing that every homeowner always says to me, and they always use the abbreviation. So what are you doing about desal? So as the study mentioned, every homeowner thinks it's so easy. It isn't, but I think that Ocean Well hopefully will help solve many of the problems, not here, but all around the world. So.
Very good. All right, thank you. Item number 10, future agenda items. Does anybody on the board wish to request a future agenda item? Yes. Other than the ants? All right, and now closed session, 5 minutes, Nancy? 10 minutes? 5 minutes. So 11:07. Yeah, dude. Yeah, so.
Everybody goes. I do love this. Wait. Yeah. There's a fire extinguisher right there, too. Open it up, squirt it out. The thing is trust. We have. Yeah, let's see. I don't know if we're perfect. Yeah, look at that. We want to have. Yeah, sure. Because there's some problems. That's what, yeah. Exactly. That's what thoughts are. Hey, all the.
Yes,
I got. Is there a way to touch? Check. Spot check.
Like.
Might just fill it out.
Keeps from the true.
It's a week report.
So the guy uses mine, goes and say that.
Is he coming in?
Yeah.
For out.
Yeah, sounds like,
Yeah, but I. Yeah.
23rd.
That's the hard.
Yes.
He's trained.
Here or there?
Is it can sometimes create.
Well, I'm gonna.
All right, folks, I think we're going to close out the meeting now. Keith, if you could report out.
Board met in closed session, discussed the item identified on the agenda. No reportable action took place. Mr. President, that concludes the report.
Thank you so much. And at 1:07,